Hi, man. What's up, Maddie? So Rafi. What's up, Del Rio? Oh, I did a little bit ago. I'll probably do it in a couple minutes. Maybe after this pickaxe. Considering I just started streaming, it wasn't like it was not that big of a deal. What's up, Rue John? I think the mic is more sensitive than usual. I don't know why. It honestly makes me question the amount of time I've dedicated into this project. What I could have done if I just transferred over the time and did something else. What would happen? Like if I just took all the time from this project, just transferred over to one thing, what would I do with it? Or not what would I do with it, but like... Maybe actually. That's still a valid question, but... Jaden. I didn't stream on Saturday because I woke up late. I mean, it wasn't a bad day to not stream because I was also helping my family with them going on vacation. So it wasn't like it was a complete waste, I guess. I think I'll be good for today to do, I'll be good. Maybe tomorrow when I'm off, because I have the 3-day off. I usually like to do those on, days that I'm off because I actually have a good amount of time. You would think like 4 hours or whatever is good time, but honestly 4 hours is still isn't that much time. Alright. Look, Cap. Swifty. Yeah. Um, honestly, that's really hard for me to say. Like, I don't know if I don't consider myself an atheist, but at the same time, I'll just say this right now, I'm not really into, like, structured religion, if that makes sense, but in terms of, like, actual beliefs, I'm kind of torn at this point. That llama really gonna stay there, just like that, stuck in the wall. Never mind. The Maverick. really long dragon fight. Oh, God. Let me see the rat cliff. Wait, what? Yeah, it's rat cliff. Kind of weird. The spelling kind of threw me off for a little bit, but Just a friend. YouTube's a bit weird. With the viewer count. Really weird. Subdiatric. I've always found it really weird why people put so much trust into another person with talking behind another person's back. I know it sounds really weird, but like, imagine if two people were talking behind or one person was talking, like how you said your teacher was talking behind your back. That's a lot of courage to trust somebody else about giving information. Without it being spilled out or being heard by other people. Or the person they originally tried to talk behind their back to. Even though most people will eventually figure it out anyway. I don't understand how people think they can like gatekeep information that well that people don't actually figure out. There's always that one person who usually just stands up for it. Not always, but most of the time. I mean, it's very easy to fake trusting information. Okay, yeah, now that's really, that's just, what are you doing? Type of moment. You're seriously gonna talk mess? Dude, that's even worse. That's like borderline, just, what are you doing? Like, I could see, okay, one person, sure, but not an entire class. You really think talking bad about somebody, you really think that isn't gonna go around? You think that information isn't gonna come back around to the other person? Absolutely insane to think that it won't. The chances of it even happening are just monumental, because there's always that one person that will just... There's always that one friend that would tell, it's like, hey, did you know that this person, did you know this teacher was talking mess to you the other day? Even though, for some reason, people still want to try to gatekeep information like that, so they say, so they just make up random arbitrary things that will prevent other people from sharing information, even though that never works because of, you know, freedom of speech and choice. That makes it so much worse. Especially being in the UK, that makes it worse. It'd be fine. I mean, okay, it wouldn't be fine, but it wouldn't be as bad if it was like a person who's been there for years and years. Also, talk about quick to judgment, seriously. Yeah, definitely. Talk about quick to judgment. That's even. Oh Jesus, people judge people in the most ridiculous ways. People just like judging people just to judge. There's certain types of people who actually are more inclined to do it. Um, it's kind of unfortunate. I mean, you hear that all the time, is that people judge each other all the time, but there's actually a way to properly judge other people. It's just that most people don't uh, generally won't give other people the shining light of uh, character, I guess you could say, before they jump to a judgment in any case, or they let other people judge that person instead of letting themselves judge it because social norms. Because it's like here's these social norms, I'm gonna adopt them and then judge other people based on those social norms. Just to make myself feel better about myself in this society that is completely arbitrary anyway, and these social norms being completely arbitrary. Maybe not all of them, but majority of them, let's be honest here, are kind of ridiculous. Like just dismissing of cultures and stuff like that just because they do something different. Yes, there's some bad apples, but literally everything has some kind of bad apple, so I mean, or every form of grouping usually has a bad apple. There's no point in judging somebody, judging an entire group for it. I mean, judgments actually can be fine, especially if you're like trying to shame somebody who did something bad. They actually can be okay, but generally speaking, most people don't use it that way, and they just rationalize judgments onto other people just to make themselves feel better about themselves, or even unfairly defend other people, even though they don't really need to be defended in any shape or form. Oh yes, more expectations. Another form of judgment that I really find quite irritating, actually, is expectations of other people. Assuming people know certain things even though they don't. It's either people either assume way too high of people or way too low. People think they're either like they either know everything, that expecting the other person to know everything, or know nothing. Honestly, I will take a person expecting to know nothing. That's probably the best bet. Because you can't entirely know what the other person knows. I mean, yeah, rationale exists, but um, just telling them what they think constantly, or you telling them constantly what you think, even though they already know it because they've done certain amount of qualifications for a certain amount of years and have the experience back up, will probably just annoy them. But at the same time, you also don't want them to know everything, because what if they miss a basic fact? Then you assume that they'll know it, and then you patronize them for it, and then they just get mad. So it's kind of your fault for assuming that they know. That's way harder to do than it sounds, though. Way harder than it sounds. I see why many people it's hard to actually level set people's expectations. Honestly, you might as well just question what they know constantly anyway. There's no reason, and no really reason not to. You're better off that way. Especially when you lack rationale entirely like me. I might as well just question everything of what somebody knows, just so I don't assume somebody knows something. It's like, do you know this? Okay, yeah, I know that. Do you know this? Yeah, just keep doing that over and over again. Or I say something, a given fact, and it's like, do you know this or whatever? How familiar are you with this concept or whatever? It's pretty bad though whenever somebody like judges another person's work. Um, Instead of teaching them how to properly work in a way. That's actually pretty frustrating. Trust me, you may deal with somebody like that. You may have already dealt with somebody like that that judges, like, patronizes your work instead of helping you fix or helping you do better in terms of how you work, make more efficient ways of doing things. It's funny that people think they help by just doing everything for them, but that doesn't actually help. It's either one thing enabling somebody, or that's just a waste of time. It's like you're not actually helping that person. Better ethics. You need better ethics. If that's the case. It's like people assume that they're ethically right in certain situations, but they're actually not, because they're not actually helping. There's really two ways you can help people, really. Is show them how to do things and criticize somebody. Those are probably the two things that people do not do. That would actually benefit people, but no. We'll just do everything for them. and or will just support them to death, basically, which also doesn't help because both of them can enable, both of these methods enable, or at least can enable. Oh yes, you got all of those mini god complexes that people don't even realize they have, and other people don't even realize because it's so socially acceptable, because most of the people that allow for these social acceptances are the people that have these form of complexes, thought complexes, or arrogance complexes, I don't know. Kicked people? What the heck? This is where these complexes come from whenever a child or something like that corrects a parent, and then the parents, like, because, or maybe not that, it's more like a child questions a decision a parent makes, and then the parent gets mad because the child is actually questioning them because, you know, more. And then this is where you get the phrase "because I said so" phrase, because, you know, for some reason parents, or at least not all parents obviously, but some parents would just make something happen just because, so they can look better than they actually are, and since they have no foundation to which they're actually teaching their child or telling their child why they're doing something, they decide to just get mad because their child's questioning them. It's like, holy Christ, like, can you get any more pretentious, or can you get any more, could you get any more arrogant with your methodologies of teaching, or parenting in general? You know, I don't really blame people for these complexes, because here's the thing that I've kind of noticed with the removing my god complex and actually listening and accepting being wrong. Since it's actually pretty nice to be wrong, not gonna lie, because you actually learn something. There's always a good thing with being wrong, and there's also a good thing with being right. Because you, here's the thing: if you're wrong, you're learning something. But if you're right, you know you're accurate with your statements. So it's a win-win. There's a lot of other win-wins that people can't accept for some reason. But it's probably other reasons. I'm trying to think of some. Um, the ethical thing I was talking about with teaching somebody to do it instead of just doing it for them. That's another example of kind of a win-win. Alright, I'll see you. Just a friend. You swatter. actually not 100% certain. Let's see. I think 4 hours, 4.5 hours, roughly. Just waiting for that. Why isn't this charging? The heck? What the? Alright. Yeah, today is work. I just broke. A capture card? God dang it. Everything's falling apart. Give me a second. Okay. Got it to work. For some reason, well, it wasn't working the first time, which made no sense, but you know. Technology, for some reason. Yeah, for some reason my PS4 controllers would not charge, and even through the PS4, and then I tested it through like this little wall outlet that I have that has a USB port, it wouldn't charge, and then I tested it through a brick, like a phone brick. And then it worked, and then I plugged it back in the PS4, and for some reason it worked. Unless it was the actual, this controller. What's up, Mikey player? Nope, wasn't the controller. Which makes no sense. Or wasn't this controller, because I don't remember if I switched controllers when I was doing this, but... A second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I didn't expect it's gonna happen, but oh well. What's up, pie guy? What's up, mining assassin? Supposing I was not sleeping, I just got interrupted. I'm pretty tired though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you're really asking for the sleep stream. I don't know, maybe eventually. Maybe if I'm tired enough, it'll make it a sleep stream. It'd be kind of funny to make a sleep stream. Just only sleep. Just put some Minecraft music on. I mean, I'll probably eventually pass out on one of these streams, let's be honest here. There's a very good chance. I mean, sure, it's technically not an official sleep stream, but it would be kind of funny. So, Terraria Slime. Honestly, I never feel awake. It definitely doesn't feel like I'm ever awake. Except for like nighttime at like randomly at 8 o'clock, but that's really the only time I actually feel awake. Never in the morning, especially in the mornings. It's even worse. I mean, I think I slept a lot. I slept for 8 hours one time, I slept for 4 hours another time, and I think I slept for an hour or something like that another other time. Did I just say another other time? Actually, that doesn't sound that bad. That's kind of funny though. Little funky, English. Like, I can never, I feel like I can go to, it just doesn't feel like I can ever wake up, ever. I can go to sleep within, if I'm, actually I think it depends on what I do though. I mean, I know the amount of sleep definitely affects waking up correctly. I notice how significant the difference between getting 7.5 hours or getting 6 hours of sleep versus 7.5. Huge difference, let me tell you. Or at least it can be a huge difference. I think it also depends on what you eat and stuff like that as well. I don't know. There's some days where it's just this project is so mind-numbing. It's actually painful. That's how I feel. I think constantly when it comes to stuff like that. I just can't. Makes myself go insane. It just makes me go insane. Like, it's not even the project itself, it's just doing this so much. It's just the fact that this itself is is so mind-numbing that makes me go insane. It's not even like the mining itself, it's just the mind-numbing nature of it. Like, for like dishwashing would actually be okay. I could do dishwashing longer. Let me just say this, I'll probably fall asleep easier doing this than I will be doing dishwashing. Because it's actually like physically somewhat active, kinda, not really, but it's like at least more physically active than just pressing 3 buttons on a controller for. And using a keyboard and mouse actually wouldn't be okay. At least a keyboard and mouse is somewhat, at least a little bit more active, like mentally active than using a controller. So, mining assassin. It's cool. I'm glad you're gaining. Actually, I'm gonna look at that video real fast. Do you have netherite? Wait a minute. Uh, so wait a minute. Is this an old world, like an old world as in, um, what is it, like an old world, the actual world, or is it like an area of an old world? Sure, why not? Terraria slime. That's pretty cool. Pac-Man's pretty fun. Not gonna lie. I actually like Galaga better though, personally. between the two since they're like rivals apparently. At least it seems like it. They're almost rivals in terms of popularity. I mean, there has to be a reason they make Pac-Man Galaga arcade machines. Do you have netherite? Is that netherite I see? Because old worlds, you can't access the nether. You can't light nether portals. Mine is fine, or my end is fine. I know there's one spot in this world that does lag though, but it doesn't freeze every, so you may want to check your own connection. I mean, the thing about the netherite thing is it's okay to bring in netherite for a project like that. I mean, it's not like it really matters that much, but at the same time, the challenge of the old world, of mining an old world, is the fact that you have limited, very limited resources. Because you gotta think you may not even have a village. So getting stuff like mending would be pretty hard. You can still get it. It's just and then you can't really get infinite emeralds with the skeleton farm because zero-tick sugarcane farms don't really work that well. I mean, even Dumb Name did it on his mining out the world, mining an old world. Unfortunately, he didn't finish that. I don't know why he didn't, but oh yeah, I think it's because his Xbox crashed. But if I remember correctly. He got a little over 50%, then it crashed, and then he couldn't do anything. Something like that. Well, at least that's what I've heard, is the fact that his Xbox crashed. I don't know, there could be another reason. Lack of motivation or something. Kind of weird that he used the exact same song on his 50%. I think it was 50% as my, I think it was, I mean, you can use it. I'm just saying it's kind of on you though. You may not get, you may want to be warning real fast. You can use netherite if you want to, or anything of that sort. But do mind you, you're gonna get less recognition or credit or any form. I mean, you'll still get the credit or recognition for doing the project. Just you may get less by putting in items that you couldn't get legitimately. Just like I may even get dinged basically for duping 30 sponges, which honestly most people won't even know about that anyway, so it won't matter. Let's be honest here. But even though I got rid of those 30 sponges recently, so I mean I guess it doesn't even matter that much. But um or the fact that I don't technically have any proof of that glitch that happened with the sponges. So it's almost making me question if I should even keep those those extra 40 sponges or whatever. It's honestly making me question if I should keep them or not. But I mean, still. I mean, they probably won't know. It's not that big of a deal. I really doubt anybody's gonna even pay attention to that. I mean, maybe a few people because of how big this project is, but I can't, it's hard to just convince somebody, oh, it's a glitch. I mean, anybody could just say that. That's the problem. It's the same as like saying, oh, I finished this project. Yeah, you can say you finished something, but do you have any proof of it? It's kind of the same thing. I mean, it's less significant, but still gonna be something that I'm gonna have to deal with. I mean, people are gonna be focused on the fact that, and they're gonna have their attention on the fact that I mined an entire classic world, and I have all the proof anyway. So it's not like they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, did this person have extra sponges or something?" Nobody's gonna think about that whatsoever. I mean, maybe eventually somebody will, but what's up, Gaming Master? So yeah, just warning, mining assassin. The further you away, the further away you get from like taking shortcuts and stuff like that to doing some projects or doing a project like this. Do mind you, it's gonna come with some risks. What's up, Mr. Gunman? thank you as well. Um, yeah, I'm basically just Gang Master. I'm just talking about like the risks of taking shortcuts and the risks of evidence, since like not having evidence of specific things. Like for example, how I technically don't have any evidence of that glitch that happened back in the time lapse where I somehow had double my sponges. I mean you can. It's just be warned about that. You could do it whatever you want. You could do it any way you want. Just you're gonna get some form of flack. Like I'm gonna get flack for not keeping these blocks. Let's be honest here. I mean, I know people aren't gonna care too much after a certain point, but there are gonna be people that are gonna be like, "Why didn't you keep all the blocks?" There are gonna be people like, if I put 100% effort into literally every single tiny bitty thing, like making an auto smelter, making redstone contraptions, keeping every single block, like I know exactly how I would do it if I did this again. If I wanted to keep every single block in this entire game. But I would have to literally put 100% effort into this project, solely just preparation and studying and different methods and different ways of doing things and stuff like that. But honestly, I didn't think about that when I originally started this project. I just wanted this world mined out, and then I just slowly built up on effort, and I just increased my effort. Like for example, the channel art, the thumbnails, the better editing. I mean, look at my 2 million video, for example. Look at my 2 million block video compared to my 75%, for example. Look how much better the editing is, for just as a comparison. Yeah, there were a few people that already asked about that, but I think maybe I may get less. I don't know. People that have already said why I haven't collected anything. I mean, my general response is basically just this project's already hard enough, which, let's be honest here, most people would agree with me. Most people would agree that, yeah, I see your point. I see why you wouldn't collect all these blocks, because you've already spent thousands of hours mining, so literally thousands, mining this world. So, I mean, yeah, a little bit of, a little bit of a sympathy. No, it's gonna be a little bit of it. Actually, there's gonna be quite a bit of it after a certain point, because of all these like that. But that's why this project's so brutal. It's because there's no really any big shortcut you could do on console. Oh god, on yeah, the console version. It's 4,800,000. It's roughly 4 million. It's 10 times less blocks than this world. That's all I know. Kind of weird. And the only reason I know that really is because dumb name. Actually, I know that originally because IBX Toycat actually tried to mine an entire 256 by 256. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. He didn't do it by himself. He was trying to do it with other people, and he unfortunately did not succeed. But that's the main reason I know how many blocks, and because dumb name did 50%, which was 2.4 million blocks. So when he was making his attempt, but he didn't unfortunately make it. Weirdly enough, he's doing exactly what you're doing with the netherite beacons and stuff like that. It's only 4.8 million. I'm only saying only because I've already mined. I can mine that in like 2 months, but two and a half to maybe 3 months. But yeah, probably close to 3.5 months or 3 months. Sorry, but I'm only saying only because it's my own perspective, and most people think I'm only 4.8 million, but considering I've already mined over 35 million, I'm pretty justified in saying that. Because, you know, it's my own perspective, because people are gonna think I'm crazy for thinking something like that. It's kind of unfortunate Dubney hasn't done it. Seriously, I want to see somebody legitimately in 100% pure survival, no nothing, just survival. Um, mine in old world. Nobody's done it. Nobody's done it legitimately in survival without any form of netherite or anything. That I know of, there's no recorded evidence of somebody doing it in 100 legitimate survival by themselves without weird commands. Like, I think it was Skeppy, I think it was, that did it. Where they mined an entire server, where they had literally tons and tons of people giving them pickaxes and stuff like that constantly. So, 100% legitimate, without any commands, no nothing. I know it's really easy to just think about going to commands because, you know, it's Bedrock, but or yeah. Seriously, this project is literally free. It's pretty free. Or yeah, or TNT duper, just pure mining. Since it's mining out a world, not destroying one. Since that's apparently the standard everybody uses for destroying a world is mining for some reason, but I think it's just because it's the only way to calculate. You can't use I mean, you probably could use in TNT duper calculate. You could just calculate the distance the TNT duper goes, but if you count just pure calculations only without any formal testing, it's way easier to do mining. But yeah. Funny enough, I don't think anybody's even TNT duped an entire world before. I can TNT dupe an entire large world. That'd be ridiculous if I did something like that though. If I even attempted it. I think it'd be kind of a cool project though. Is TNT dupe an entire large world? Or just destroy all versions of Minecraft. I mean, all worlds that aren't infinite, or 30 million by 30 million, or 60 million by 60 million. I keep thinking they're 30 million, but they're 60 million by 60 million. I'm thinking of the old worlds, the not old, but the beta worlds. Farlands worlds, I think that would be insane though to do something like that. I mean, even if I TNT duped the entire world, I would literally put even something like Sidecraft basically to shame. It'd still take forever though. I mean, that wouldn't be the purpose of the project, but it really would, because they only go up to, that I know of, they only go up to 1,000 by 1,000 sections. That's the biggest sections I've seen Sidecraft actually mine or destroy with the TNT dupers is 1,000 by 1,000. And that's only for like gigantic projects. I do remember that. Oh, I remember you talking about that. That he actually technically destroyed part of another, which I will be destroying slightly more, I think, because the console nether is 288 by 288. Which is gonna be weird, but I'm pretty much gonna be doing what he did, just with mining. The thing about the Nether is gonna be kind of hard to figure out where like half of the world is, a quarter of the world. I don't know how I'm going to figure out like my progress throughout the world or throughout the Nether. I'm gonna have to like make some weird. I'm gonna have to make some boundaries for each section. Because remember, I'm gonna do last two layers, mine the last two layers, get rid of all the lava. Um, I think there's a way to get around that mining assassin, but give me a second. Okay. There's probably a way to get around it. I would think the best way to get around it is figure out a way to get a toolsmith villager. That's probably the best way to get around it. That's what the challenge is. That's why this is such a weirdly hard project. Even though the mining itself is actually not too difficult, it's the actual resource gathering that would be very difficult. That's pretty cool. Figure out a way to get a toolsmith and then figure out a way to get a sufficient amount of emeralds, and I think you'll be good. You really just need to figure out a way to get at least like 5 or 6 pickaxes with mending. That's pretty much your main goal of that entire thing of resource gathering. Get like 5 or 6 diamond pickaxes with, I would prefer you just get 5 max diamond pickaxes. It's pretty much your main goal in a project like this. And then you have to figure out a way to make a spawner, which or XP farm in any shape or form. If you can figure out how to make one on a world like that, I think it would actually be kind of cool as a challenge to try to mine an old world, but like actually legit. I would say it's actually more difficult than this version. This just takes way longer. It's just the difficulty in Bedrock version is way higher. I mean, you could argue it's as difficult as mining the Nether, or well, once I get to it, I'll figure that one out once I get to it. See if it's could be as difficult, but I'm not too sure yet. Obviously, that opinion means absolutely nothing because I haven't mined either one of them, so that opinion is almost entirely invalid. So yeah, it's kind of something. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I would definitely say that mining in old world is definitely, at least in terms of preparation, by the amount of steps you have to take, I would definitely say it's harder than mining this classic world right here. In terms of just sheer difficulty, not, I mean, you could say just the length of this project is makes this exponentially times more difficult, but in terms of just the sheer raid mining in old world and the difficulty factor in terms of time, but just in terms of like preparation, uh, it bumps it up a bit in terms of difficulty. This is definitely far, at least time consuming because, you know, most people usually don't have the patience to wait thousands of hours to mine a world, so this is probably far harder for almost anybody else to do, than mining an old world. Even mining an old world in terms of time, just the mining portion is already difficult for most people, but the preparation phase would kind of boot out a bunch of people as well, though. I don't know, though. I don't have much of an opinion on how hard it would be to destroy an old world, but just based off of preparation alone, I would think it's pretty difficult. Because you can't really entirely get a village, you can't have the nether, you can't have the end. Villages are apparently pretty hard to get. If they're even possible to spawn in old worlds, I have no idea. So if you don't have a village, you have to do zombie villagers, and then you have to figure out a way to get. It's like the mid project almost. You almost need it's like the bare minimum to to mine the world. After you have all the preparation, though, it should be it should be almost a cakewalk. What that would change actually. Give me a second. I'm gonna do the calculations on the new version. Actually, that would be sick to see. I'm not gonna lie. Can you imagine what a world looked like if it was completely mined out on the new update? It would look terrifying, but really cool at the same time. Let's see. Times that by... Wow, that's a huge difference actually, just thinking about it. How many layers are there in the old world? Negative 64, 64 layers, 128 layers? 8 million, that's not bad. That's still not horrible. I mean, that's way harder, but... I mean, that would be so sick to see. Imagine what our world would look like if it was 256 blocks. Yeah, 256 blocks wide and, or not wide, but length. Has a length of 256 blocks and a width of 256 blocks. From sea level. So it's on 8 million, 8.5 million blocks if you count for all the other stuff. Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna go get something to eat real fast. I'll be back in a minute. Has anybody actually mined an entire chunk out in the new update? Kind of curious, actually. Okay, never mind. I have no idea. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can do one more layer, maybe, today. Water. So glad I'm almost done with the sand because my god. Can't wait to get to the last section and see how much sand I have to get rid of. I don't think it's as much as this section, but this is probably the most sand I'll have in a single section, at least towards the end. I think I've had more sand in one section before though, but at least you shouldn't see this much sand ever again in this project. At least in one section. Oh, shoot, did I mean to hit? I keep hitting my headset for some reason. You know what? I know what it is. I know what to look up. Good old IBX Toy Cats video. I'm gonna link this video towards the end to show, okay, let's see here. 1,536. Alright, so I have 1,000,000, I think it's like 1,199,000 or something like that. No, it's 100. It's like 1,119,000, I think. God damn it. Divided by 1,536. That doesn't make much sense, but whatever. I don't know. I don't know how that thing works, but give me a second. Okay, I'm back. So many interruptions, like the third or fourth interruption. But it's alright. It doesn't matter that much in the long run. I think very recently actually. I'll save after this pickaxe. Pretty sure I saved pretty recently. You know what's crazy to think about? That one layer of this is about 2/3 of an entire layer of an old world. I think that's crazy to think about. That every time I mine a layer, I'm mining 2/3 of an old world, or 2/3 of an entire layer of an old world. Kind of crazy to think about. Honestly, I would still love to see somebody mine an old world with the new update. I want to see what 128 block depth looks like off the edge. I think it would be so sick to see. And you know, the cool thing about the old world is that you can actually mine everything. You don't have to have the wall up because there's an official barrier in that version. This version doesn't really have much of a barrier. The problem with this barrier of this world is the fact that lava and water seeps through it, because I don't know why they did it like that, but I mean, oh well. It's like the weirdest barrier in existence. It's like a mixture of the old barrier, which is basically non-existent, and which was the Farlands, and then the new barrier. Cause like it still shows new land and stuff like that, but it doesn't have a defining look in terms of barrier. I mean, sure, it has a lot of water, but yeah, that's the I mean, this project, not this project, the old world one is pretty. It's not free for sure, but it's doable, definitely. It definitely should be, at least. Resources are gonna be kind of hard to come by, but it's a project nobody's done yet, and it's easier than the Farlands. Well, maybe not easier in terms of sheer difficulty, but in terms of time-wise, it's definitely way, way easier. I think it would be funny to see speedrun strats if we go into the Farlands. Be like the dumbest speedrun ever, but oh yeah, you could do that. I think that's what kind of what Dumb Name was doing in his Bedrock world. He was just mining out the area. Still kind of unfortunate he didn't finish it. I don't really blame him not finishing it though. It's not really a super important project to him, especially since he has the Farlands to deal with. Managing both projects and doing all of his YouTube shorts as well. I think the crazy part is he's actually gaining somewhat of a following. I don't know if it's because of the Farlands videos he's making, or it's really just the very, very, very minute YouTube short videos that are actually getting decent views. Probably both. And here I am still losing. But let's be honest here, what you lose now is what you'll gain later in return. Basically this project in a nutshell. Sort of. I mean, I didn't really think I'd be gaining anything kind of randomly throughout like 40% of the project, but oh well. That at least, the good thing about that recognition is that I know people can see this project. I know people at least can branch out to other people. Like that's the only good thing. It's like it's almost as if it's solidified this project, or the attention of the community to this project. That's the only good thing about getting that attention early on. I mean, it's kind of sad, don't get me wrong, gaining all of that and then losing over time, just slowly losing and basically having the entire channel dead again. But I mean, it's kind of expected for a project like this. I mean, I blew up 40% in. That was, I still had a good year minimum to go. So, I mean, it's not like I was expecting a super captivated audience. Maybe a little bit more captivated after I finish because I'll have a weird cult-like following, but I mean, even now I kind of have a cult-like following, but it's gonna be even worse when I finish. I mean, to be fair, all YouTube channels are technically cults because they're sole proprietary businesses that lead with, or not always, but for the most part, you'd say majority of channels you would think are sole proprietary businesses. That are usually led by one person. So, I mean, kind of most channels are kind of cult-like. This is gonna take it even further, though, I would think. Sort of like how Kilo got his, like, little cult thing going on with him going to the front lines, sort of. Wait, has he gained any subscribers? Kinda curious. Oh, that's interesting. Somebody actually, somebody posted on Toycat's video about me. It was that Arioli, I think is how you say that? Video. I forgot what I was gonna do, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, Kilo. Okay, yep, he's still gaining. He's at 42.5 instead of 42.4. Yes, I have. I have seen, you know, Dream, for example. I think this may take it even further, though. Might take it further. Because think about it, it's like, it's almost like this entire project is gonna like solidify like a status symbol almost in a way. Sort of like how Pippin had his, when he got his Enderman, his insane basement and stuff like that. I think this may take it even further than majority of channels. Maybe. It may not be as big of a following to like collect those type of people that like to stan people. But stan YouTubers, but I think this may take it way further because of the level of insanity that I will be achieving. How long is he how long has it been? I think it's been a year and 2 months roughly. Because I think it was June 31st is when he went to the Farlands. I'm pretty sure on that. I think he left shortly after. I think it was like either very early July. I don't actually know. I don't remember if he actually even did a stream after his Farland stream. Did he do one? No, he did a building stream, didn't he? I don't remember. What was that? Fig who did that? Actually, speaking of Fig, wonder how far he is. So yeah, somebody actually mentioned my name in the IBX Toy Cats video. Okay. Let's see how far he is. 30 followers, yes. 409, not bad. He's gonna get pretty. He already has 400 subscribers. That's not bad, considering he usually just posts on he posts on what is it called? Twitch. 400, yeah, 400 subscribers for. I think he almost has. I'll see how many followers he has on Twitch. Guessing like probably over 500 at this point. Oh, never mind. He barely has over 400. He almost has. That's pretty rare actually, to have almost as many that I've seen. It's pretty rare to just have as many followers. He is the one who keeps up with oh wait, no, we can actually check. I think. I don't know if Dumb Name actually has the archive of a building stream, but he has the archive because he's like the collector of. He's like the archivist of the Farlands. Wow, I'm surprised. I'm actually kind of surprised he doesn't have my channel up here, but a little bit surprised, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, here it is, Kilo's Journey to the Farlands. Christ, so many. Never mind, he can't. How do you... It's crazy that I'm almost at 300. 300 streams at this point. Kind of insane to think about. I'm not gonna lie. But it shows that he has everything. I mean, I have Kilo's original video. Like his, his video, what is it called? On my liked videos. I have his video, like his, Kilo's stream. His finale stream. I also have, I think the last stream Scenic had. I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong, for sure. Oh, never mind. It's not the last one. It's like the third to last one. I don't know. Okay. This is a weird part. I've actually had that kind of happen to me. I don't know if it's true anymore, but I remember my videos actually not get taken down, but the video playlist thing, like the, if you scroll down my videos, I don't know if that glitch stopped work or is fixed now because of, on my streams or on my channel. Also, I love that, the thumbnail for, not thumbnail, the banner that I have for the streams. It kind of just used the banner. Let's see if I can go down to my stupidly long amount of streams. Okay, yeah, never mind. I have all of them. What's up, Ollie? I think you probably came when the blow up happened. Back in March and May of last year. Yeah, no, they're definitely private videos because I know in my video, I know at one point for some reason mobile YouTube couldn't load my videos for some reason, but I think they fixed that for mine. But I think Kilo's actually were legitimately private or privated or something. Not just a glitch. Heck. I mean, I don't know what you consider ages though, because I personally don't consider 3 or 4 years ages, but other people may. But I mean, considering how much people spend time gaming and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure it's not as much time as people may think. I mean, it's crazy putting all this time into one thing, but um, considering how much time people put into games, it's not like it's really that big of a insane amounts of time or whatever. It's insane thinking about it putting all this time into one thing, but one sole purpose. I just thought about how weird it is seeing the Z coordinates not in the negative. Just thought about that for a second, how long it's been since that's even happened. Just kind of thinking about that's kind of insane. It's been since I just thought about this randomly, but It's been since the first quarter of the world since I've mined in the negative or in the positive Z coordinates, I'm pretty sure. And that was how long ago? I think it was like June 15th of 2019 was when I mined 25%, I'm pretty sure. Wait a minute. I forgot it's Labor Day today. I wonder if they're changing the hours. I really doubt it, but I kind of forgot what it is. I'm not gonna lie. I actually don't remember what Labor Day came from. I just know it exists. Ooh, another spawner. Usual. Oh, it's really, that's just jet me out of my 2 chests. They have a decent amount. US has a decent amount. I can't really say like compared to other places, but I don't know. I'm not a big I don't invest too much time in the holidays. I'm not gonna lie. They don't really, unless it's something that like more mainstream, like kinda a little bit, like Christmas maybe. More mainstream holidays, I really don't care too much for like the, like I thought I didn't care that much for the mainstream holidays, but I care even less for the more obscure holidays because they don't actually mean that much to me. I think it'd be funny if I go up to work, it's like, oh hey, did you know we closed early, and then leave. I mean, they forgot about the fact that I had to work by myself on New Year's. That was, like, god dang, I keep saying New Year's. 4th of July. I, god dang it. I had to work by myself on 4th of July, which was, painful. Independence from Britain. Or just independence in general from every country out there. Really. Basically, leave me alone holiday for the US. I'm fairly certain it's just when the July 4th specifically is because that's when the Declaration of Independence, and I think it was 1776. My history is garbage, so do not take that as like absolute, but seriously, I really need to work up on my history at some point. Like, even if I spend like just a month or so just grinding history books or just something, I need I need way better history knowledge. Seriously, it's just, it's not there. I know people who barely spend any time. I think it's just because they actually, you know, actually listened to school and studied at school, but and actually cared about grades. They know way more history than I do, because that's one of the few subjects that I mean, don't get me wrong, at the time history still isn't something that really is that important, but I mean, it's kind of cool to know. And if somebody asks me about something, especially about like their own country, it's kind of like, yeah, it just, I don't know. I mean, I don't really care if people see me as stupid in that way. I literally do not care. It's actually funnier in that way. It makes it funny more than anything. But at the same time, I still kind of feel bad for not like learning it, but I mean, I'm just gonna get a US history book and just see what I get myself a US history book and just see what I can do with that. Get a Kindle book. What did I know about like a War of 1812? The Louisiana Purchase was in 1803, if I'm pretty sure. Is there anything else I actually know? Great Depression started in I think it was 1929. I'm still not even 100% certain. I think World War I started in the 30s, ended in the 40s, and World War II started in the 40s and ended in the 50s. I know that the Great Space War, whatever it was in the 60s with the Soviet Union and the US, which the US, US first got to the moon, and I think it was 1969. I actually don't remember what year we got there. Other than that, I really don't have a clue. pretty useless in history. I don't even know how I passed history. I really want to just go through a Kindle, like go to the Kindle app and just grind subjects out. Like if I want to grind a, like I want to learn a little bit of chemistry, physics, basically all high school subjects, but I want to learn them more in depth. Like fully learn them, not just casually. Okay, maybe not chemistry or physics, but you get the idea. Like some subjects, just spend a whole month, just 1 month, looking through it and just learning information on it. So I'm quite intrigued by knowledge in general, but it would be actually okay to know pieces of history or whatever information, because I can actually relate certain pieces of history, pieces of information with other information, and then learn more subjects like that, and just keep doing that over and over and over again, and you just learn subjects faster and faster. It's like a knowledge snowball, really, and you can also help other people think better about certain things. Like imagine if you got to the point where it's like, hey, what subject do you know best, and then you can relate your subject to whatever their subject is. Since we're horrible at relating things, that's probably the only way we can truly relate subject to subject. It also gains a little bit of mastery of the TE Trickster as well, which is kind of cool, but which is one of the cognitive functions I still don't have a good grasp on, obviously, because I'm one of my lowest and weakest, and yeah, just worst points in general. I mean, imagine that though, like, oh yeah, I think I'm actually worse with geography than I am with history, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was actually kind of sad what I didn't know when I first got into history, especially when I got into I think it was world geography. Yeah, it was world geography. It was a freshman class, and I was a senior there were 2 seniors because we couldn't take world geography, or we didn't have world geography for some reason in freshman year, in our own freshman year. For some reason, I forgot why, they just didn't have it apparently, and then we had to take it senior year, which was ridiculous. So I was a senior in a freshman year class, and I probably knew less than all of them when I first started. If that says anything. I mean, I know freshman, senior doesn't really matter because they're just little bitty. It's like, oh, you're a freshman, you're a senior. You would think a freshman or a senior would know more than a freshman. That's not always the case because it's literally just, they're only 3 years apart from each other, which I know 3 years at that age is actually pretty significant, but even then it still isn't as significant as people would think. I know my mom knows all the capitals of the US states, which, good lord, I can't even imagine trying to memorize all those. I mean, I could do it, just, it's funny how she thinks she can memorize all the US state capitals, but she thinks she can't learn, like, IT. It's like, they're the same thing. You're using knowledge, you're using, TI, which is information, which is information recall, information technology. It's information of technology, or the process of transferring information via technology, but you're still having to require to recall information about specific subjects within IT. Holy Jesus Christ. Give me a second. Okay. You know, I'm gonna be surprised if somebody doesn't know where the US is in the map. Because the US, let's be honest here, the US has a very signature shape to it. Very signature. Like, I mean, anybody could know, and I know where it is, and I'm still considered completely useless in history or world geography. Actually, both. So, I'd say any form of geography or history. I would say I'm pretty useless in. Yeah, like the US, you really just can't miss it. I'd say the only more defining one is Africa. Africa, I could actually probably point out Africa faster than I can the US. Seriously. Like, it's so defining, like, on the map, and it's at the bottom of not bottom, but it's like, Australia. It's funny, yeah, I don't know. Actually, yeah. The fact that Africa's not even a country, though, so. Also, I'm really bad with countries and or not countries and continents, just countries in general. I'm really bad, so I may accidentally say a continent being a country or a country being a continent. It's really easy, especially when you're thinking pretty quickly. It's, can get very, confusing. But if you just say defining anything on a map, I would say just probably the first thing I could probably point out is Africa. Then probably the US. And then maybe South America. I don't know. I don't look at globes or I don't look at maps almost at all. I should spend like a month or so just learning history and then 1 month learning geography. Some form of world geography or something. Just a little bit. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to learn it. Antarctica is really defining. Funny enough, right now I'm actually on a page right now with all the state capitals. I'm slowly learning them. Very slowly while I'm mining. People really take logic for granted when it comes to learning subjects. I know it's painful for most people, but I think it's mainly because people don't understand it that well. But yeah, I have a little I'm on an article, or not an article, like a little website that shows all the capitals of all the US states, and I'm slowly learning them. What's up, Sleep Demon? When I say slowly, I mean it really slowly. Alright, see you, Sleep Demon. So I'm trying to think of like the fact, do I actually have to say everything in one go? Maybe, I don't know. I'm still trying to understand if it's actually a necessity to actually say for example, learning all these capitals. I don't know if I have to say all of them in one go or not, but I'm gonna try. But I'm not good at listing information either, though. Oh Jesus, I don't understand how, like, why I can't recall certain facts. I should be able to easily just be able to think, oh yeah, okay, so did you guys know that this... Because I'm going off the keyword state capital. So like the state capital of this state is this city. This state capital of... Yeah, this state capital of this state is this city. I keep doing that over and over again. But I wonder if I wonder if it'd be more beneficial to say state and then the city's and then the state's capital. So like Arizona's state capital. So like say the state and then say that its state capital is or its capital, the state and its capital really, versus saying the state capital of whatever it is. I just don't understand how should I just do all of it? Should I say like the state capital, for example, Like I learned that Arkansas's capital is Little Rock. Little Rock is the capital for Arkansas. Should I say is Little Rock, or should I just say the state capital is Little Rock, or all three ways of doing it? I just don't know how information, like, how that works in terms of. Maybe I should do both. Because there's three key words, or all three, because there's three key words here. There's state capital, there's state, and then there's city itself. Because if you say this city is a state capital of state, of whatever state it is, and you have the state, its state capital is this city. You could just, should I just do that? Instead, because I just don't know. Yep, I'm definitely gonna scratch that. Scratched it a while back, honestly.
Because I've already accepted how hard it is to actually repair these pickaxes with just XP bottles. The only reason I kept it for a while is because so people could see what I look at when I look at chat. Honestly, that doesn't really matter, especially when if as long as you're paying some attention to the chat and you're or at least listening to the chat. It's not even attention, it's just listening. You should understand what I'm speaking about. I need to stop confusing. I keep saying paying attention just like everybody else does, but it's actually not paying attention, it's listening. Since they're two different things, even though people think they're the same. What's up, Luciano? Does it feel like it's gotten worse? Gotten worse. The bitrate dropped. I mean, it's consistent, but it's still dropped. It's kind of funny. It's like very consistent, but at a really low level. He's going up now. Okay. Go ahead and finish this layer. It's already 2:18. I should be able to finish it. I will see. 54. Almost in the 40s. Almost. I should be able to get to the 40s by tomorrow. That is if I'm not busy or anything like that. Which would be really nice. I mean, if I can get to the... I mean, it'd be really nice to get almost into the 30s by the end of my break, which I don't think I will be able to, but it is technically possible. Because I get to layer 49 tomorrow, and the next 2 days go to layer 39, which would be insane. Yeah, tomorrow, the day after, it's 3 day break, which can either give me insane progress or sometimes it only gives me mediocre progress. Like last week, I only streamed for like 26 hours, or last 3 day break, which I know 26 hours sounds ridiculous when you first hear it, but when you have 3 days completely off of doing almost nothing, it's not that much actually. It's usually something always somehow gets in the way. Fortunately, at some point, it will get to the point where it does literally the only things that'll be getting in my way is food and sleep, or health and sleep. Not even counting the job. I'm not even counting the job getting in the way, really. Actually, I'd say nothing really is getting in the way. Truly, except for maybe like small things, like small vacations or something my parents. I'm almost fully free within the standards of, you know, life that's actually progressing in a meaningful way. Nobody really asked me that, actually, why I don't have a perception of time, or not a good one. I mean, I know why. It's because of living in the moment, combined with living in the future, simultaneously almost. It's like partially in the moment, combined with, living in, and also the fact of not putting not putting any effort, so it goes into this autopilot mode simultaneously. It's weird. I know C.S. Joseph says that there are other types that have where time perception is practically non-existent, but honestly, or have the worst time perception. But I'm gonna have to kind of disagree with him in some way, because at least they worry a bit more about their past. On our hand, we're completely future and in the moment, so it's like time is not even there. We're like beyond our own time. Because it's so future focused. It's so future focused. We're putting ourselves in our own future constantly, combined with living in the moment. It's kind of ridiculous. But that future thinking is what really makes that time perception really bad. And the lack of effort also kind of go on autopilot constantly. And zone out every 5 seconds of our entire life. Like my life literally lives, I live in like a not a freeze frame, but like a what is it called? Like a slideshow sometimes. Where it's like I do one thing and then it's like boom, there you go, 3 hours. That's one slide, and then stare into something, boom, there you go, something else happened around me. It sometimes happens. It doesn't always happen like that, but I'd say quite a bit. The only reason I know what day it is uh because of literal muscle memory within my job. It's the only reason I know what day it is. It's static. Since my schedule is very static, I've gotten into a rhythm. That's the only reason I know what day it is without really having to, because it's like, because I use the short-term memory. It's like, okay, so I worked this time yesterday, so that means this day I worked this, or this, but I already know 2 days ago I already worked whatever. So that's why I know automatically that I have to work today, and I know that I have 3 days off the next days, because I literally just worked a Sunday, which would be the next day would be Monday, which is 4 to closing, and then be the next 3 days off. Only reason I know. I don't know. I don't know months or days, like dates, but I know, or yeah, I don't know dates or months well at all, but I do know days to some degree. At least now I do, because my schedule is so static. I actually did not think I was gonna be finishing this layer, I'm not gonna lie. I really did not think I was gonna be finishing this layer. I wonder how busy it is gonna be at work. I wonder how busy it is. Or how busy it's going to be at work. I don't know. Since I said earlier, it didn't make much sense. Okay. There you go. It's 2 layers done.